Alrighty. Alrighty. Once the computer stops suffering miserably. Hello, and no, what's that? What was it? Hello, and welcome back to some fun times. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. My computer is currently dying. It wasn't doing this like 5 seconds ago. That's the impressive thing. Give it a sec. Alright. But yes, hope all is well and good. Hey Devil, hey Clap, hey Army, how y'all going? Hope all is well while I try and reclaim some semblance of my brain. Alright. What are we drawing? Egg? Well, we've got a couple of things I'm gonna work on. So I've talked about this briefly on stream already. Now, okay. I've talked about what I kind of want to do briefly on stream already. There's something I want to talk about quickly, and it's also going to impact a few things. A little bit. I'll see how it goes. I'm having one of the last few wisdom teeth I have come through at the moment. Now, to explain why this is an impactful thing, every wisdom tooth that I've had come through, the two that have come through that are on the bottom of my mouth, I had to have them removed because of how much pain and agony they put me through, and how my jaw is just really not great for that. So I'm having one of those come through on the top now, and basically just, I cannot stress enough, it is causing so much pain, it is numbing a portion of my face. So I apologize if I slur my words a little bit more, or if I get snippy from headache. I really do apologize for that. Alright, are you planning to break your back again? Preferably not. A bit tired from driving all day, but could be worse, yeah. Fucking wisdom teeth. Dude, I still remember getting one of my wisdom teeth out and having to turn up to an 8 AM lecture the next day. And my teacher, my professor at the time looked me dead in the eyes like, are you supposed to be here? You look sick. And I'm like, no, I had a wisdom tooth come out. And I immediately downed some painkillers while saying that. He's like, you know what? That's fair. So, if you find it hard to stream today, there's nothing wrong with taking a break. Your health is more important. It's something that, like, it's not gonna drastically impact me in a huge way that makes me consider that. But I do appreciate the thoughts towards that. Simply, this is something I can't do anything about, just at all, because, dentists are expensive. So I'll sort it out at some point. Hopefully it either calms down a bit before then or something, but it's just, yeah. Nah, wisdom teeth suck. Especially for me, because, like, I've had to have braces and all sorts of stuff for my mouth to just make my mouth not fucked up as badly. Because just the shape and size of my mouth never worked. It was terrible. You don't sound in pain at all, yeah. In a week off, getting 3 of yours removed while being awake the entire time. Dude, I've had to be awake for both of my wisdom teeth removals. The difference is one of them took like 20 minutes, half an hour. The other one took about an hour and a half to get one tooth out because it was that fucked up. And also, yeah, Clap's pretty much not wrong with that statement of like, if I broke my leg, I would basically go, do I need to stay overnight at the hospital? And they'll go, no. It's like, cool, I'm gonna turn up for stream the next day. Yeah, Devil's right with that. Get some juice though, it's nice. Yeah, I do have some drink stuff here. It does mean in the very near future I might have to buy a couple of food things to just like make it easier to eat though. Cause I'm getting to the point already that it's actually really hard to chew on that side of the mouth. And it's really hard to open my mouth all the way to take a bite of something. So it sounds really awful, but this morning, while I was eating my breakfast, I basically had to like open mouth a little bit, shovel the food inside, close down, and do it kind of like that way. You know what I mean when I say like, you open it a bare minimum amount that you think you can get away with. And I'm just like, man, this is depressing. The best advice we can give this old man is please don't perish. For it would be highly disadvantaged for you, your magic. Yeah, no, Clap's right. That is pretty much the best advice I'm gonna get. Alright. So let's... Oh. You know what? Okay. The last little comment I'll make before we actually get into things. You know what the worst part of this is? So everything tastes like copper. Every food and every drink has a tinge of copper taste to it, and we all know exactly what I mean by that. And it's not pleasant. Anyway, so today we have two kind of ideas I want to play around with. Now, ironically enough, most of it's not going to be art for at least the early stages of it. However, this is... How do you know what copper tastes like? Have you not, like, tried to lick the copper... No, I don't know if you're all old enough to have copper guttering, but, you know, that was back in the time when they thought that was acceptable, and nowadays it gets ripped from houses all the fucking time. To just consume copper plates, and you don't. Just to give you a tease, though, something I was working on, that I said I would be working on, just a little quick, ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, but anyway, so, we have two things to look at for today. How do I best... I mean, we're going to be drawing a couple of things, and I'm just going to write on the page. By the way, I've gotten way more intense about how I handle things now. So I've gotten, like, way more about rotating canvas correctly, and using hotkeys and stuff like that, so you know how that is. Not match your artistic brilliance. Devil, real talk, your thing actually was like, damn, that's really nice. I really liked that. Alright, so the two ideas we have, and we've talked about these before. Let's use the fucking marker, actually. It'll probably be easiest to write with, because I can... Oh, that would explain it. So we've got the ASMR idea that we've talked about. All that would probably be doing for this is, cool, there we go. So, if we're doing stuff towards the ASMR, all we'd be doing is basic ideas and art for thumbnails. That's about it. And the art for the thumbnails would probably be quite basic. It'd just be, like, something about that. Never thought about this before, but you have nice handwriting. I have worked very hard at my handwriting, and it is an amalgamation of a bunch of different forms. The problem is, the faster I write, the more, the legibility falls off the table, and only I can start reading it eventually, and there's a reason why I was jokingly told I should become a doctor. Overly nice fancy. Yeah, it's, again, I come from a perspective that I would forcefully try and go, like, I like that specific way you've done the letter there, I'm gonna do that. Now, a reminder to the ASMR idea, it's basically, the, like, comedy bits. We'll go... like that. Should become a... yeah. So there's that. Then, the other idea we talked about was doing... doing a dubbed comic. This is the other thing that we talked about. So, what would be done for this is, again, very much the basic side of things. So it'd be basic, ideation. Then it would be, some, like, storyboarding. Scripting. And, go from there. It's probably KO when you talked about the comic. What would you dub? So, I've talked about how recently I tend to watch a lot of, like, dubbed rom-com, like, written for specifically YouTube things. I watch a lot of those in my free time at the moment, and I think they're very funny. And that's basically kind of what we'd be doing, is I'd be writing up a very basic comic idea, very, very simplistic rom-com sort of concept, and, or, well, whatever the fuck I want to do with it, and would go from there. And then I would try and find a couple of people to help me dub it out, but for the most part, it's going to be mainly dubbed by myself, and yeah, anyone I can fucking grab there to do it. So that'd be a funny one. So it means basically no one's gonna watch it. Sure, cool. And I've promised that if I get people that are like that by give them one to show. I don't feel comfortable showing any of them because they are other people's works. And I've not gotten permission for it. But I can show kind of roughly some of the things. Ruthless. I mean, look, I've had a couple of people turn up to my channels and do stuff like that in the past, where they'll turn up and be negative like that. If you're gonna be like that, I've not really got time for you. Now, admittedly, all I've done is timed them out. If they come back and are willing to pull their head in, sure. If they're not, it's gonna be a repeating action. I'm not against constructive criticism or anything like that. That's just bigotry, and that's what I've talked about before. I don't condone it, and I've normally got a fairly high tolerance for things, but as I said, I am in a lot of pain today. But if you give me a moment, I can probably... Anything else we have on the to-do list? Not really, but also the to-do list is very broad, conceptually. Like, don't think we're locked in with anything. We are just kind of like, these are some ideas I have. Today is supposed to be a mess. Okay, so you're asking about an example. I think this actually would find it. Yeah, that sort of stuff. It's literally like... It is just dubbed comic kind of things. I thought it would be an interesting one to do. It'd be a good bit of fun. You mean you have a list of safe words we don't know about? True. True. So, does anyone have any thoughts on what we should work on and or stuff like that? Merriweather? Yeah, Mary kinda does that sort of stuff as well. Looks like a good idea, but it's take a lot longer than just a stream. Oh yeah, no. I want to stress, what I've put forward here, I don't expect to be done by a long shot. Woof. Good lord. I do not expect it to be done within the stream. I do not expect anything like that. This is just me setting a stream aside to basically do some of the tangential ideas that I always would like to do, but have never... like, have a hard time finding the time to do it myself, and or things like that. Remember watching, let's see, is it Devil is Right? Malith, Devil is better streamer. Sorry, that sounds about right. I mean, that's not a very high bar to clear. Over goats for the dub comment. That's fair. I'll also stress, like, if you've got ideas that aren't on the list here that I can potentially do, don't hesitate. Today is committing to the tangential, consistent topic arguments that we like having around the place normally. I thought it would be a fun idea to test it out and to play around with it. Draw a comic? Hell yeah. Keep in mind as well, when we say the drawing the comic, we're probably not going to actually be directly drawing a lot of the comic for. But hey. Make food and start spamming you with random bullshit. Idea, choose a design for your first pair of programmer socks, goddammit. Draw a comic for the MTG ASMR or something? Maybe not even a comic, just a thumbnail. Well, I mean, that's the idea, right? It's the ASMR, it would literally be... If we're working on that, it would be basic ideas for how it would be written out and art for the thumbnails. And, like, the art for the thumbnails will literally be just me doing, like, a guy. Okay, Razor, what the fuck do you want? Are you what's lagging my computer right now? That's probably the case. Don't make me pull out Task Manager. Yeah, but that's what I say. So, like, ASMR is writing up some basic ideas and potentially doing a thumbnail or designing thumbnail for it. Dubbed comic would be the ideation phase of it, storyboarding, and possibly doing some scripting and or following through with some of the storyboard. Because basically, to anyone that might not know how a storyboard would look for comic-orientated stuff, it would basically be me loosely drawing what's going on. But, like, super loosely. Would you look at that? The person that turned by and was negative, they're now untimed out and they're not here. It's almost like they just turned up to be an asshole. Wojak level of drawing? I mean, kinda. Like, unjokingly. The comic, because I imagine you already have an idea of what you want to do. But if the same goes to the ASMR, then my vote goes to both. So, with the dubbed comic, I know what I want to do for the first comic I'll do. I have a loose idea for the story, because I think y'all will appreciate it. I talked about it briefly, I think, like, twice on stream. So I think it will be a good, funny time. The ASMR, I think, will just... It won't... The problem is with the ASMR, we're probably not actually doing any of the ASMR work. At all. So it won't actually feel like working on the ASMR. Whereas the comic, it would be. Dude lost... Oh, look, they turned back up just to be another asshole. Guess what? I don't care. So I'm just going to... If you think I care about your subscription that much that I would appease your being an asshole, then bye. That's actually, okay, so, fun little thing I'll put forward. Lost a sub, said a guy who most likely never subbed to the channel. Again, it's one of those things, if they subbed, if they didn't, I don't care. If you're gonna be like that, I'm not missing anything out. When, regardless of size of community, never feel like you have to abide by people like that. Because what happens is if you abide by toxic people just to get that one extra subscriber, you're potentially missing out on more subscribers if this is what you actually care about, but you're potentially missing out on more subscribers because you're hosting toxicity. That's just straight up the case. Yeah, just witness Malice Supreme Power. We should continue to doing as we do without going out of line too much. I mean, like I said, y'all are fine. You're, like, for the most part, it's never really a problem. It means me. You mean to... Yeah, exactly. But, like, it's the fact is, I can say without a doubt, if your first comment in a channel is, so that means basically no one is going to watch it, and then your second comment after coming back from a timeout is, dude, lost a subscribe, I don't care. You're very clearly not worth my time or that subscription. Enjoy being somewhere else. That facilitates who you want to be, because I'm not going to. I've been very open about how willing I am to accept a lot of things, but like I've said before, bigotry is a thing I do not accept. Anyway, let's move on from that, because I don't want to give them more, validation, I guess, than they already got out of all of that. Because I bet they're probably writing that for the rest of the day, going, oh yeah, I got banned! Oh yeah, I love that. Oh, yay. Got 2 subs on your main. Even if I get a guy who's an ass, is not starting to act better than the, warning, he's getting banned from the channel. Yeah, no, exactly. So, with that being the case, let's set up, and I'm gonna start working on the dubbed comic idea, I think, first. We can play around with, again, today is welcome to not having a consistent thing I'm doing. Be inspirational or else. Hell yeah, I'll try and do my best. Okay, so, the comic idea that we've talked about. So, again, keep in mind with how these dubbed comics are going to work, I'm probably going to have to, like, format some of this page a little bit. It's going to be a follow-through story where this one will do rom-com. I'm not going to always do rom-com. I just kind of want to do funny bits. And the idea is to stick to a very simple story, kind of probably keep it somewhat short because that will make it easier to produce as well. Less voice acting needed, less time doing art potentially, less time working on the whole editing side of everything. Basically, that's the idea we're going to be aiming for, right? So, how do I want to start with this? Do I want to start on a Google Doc to get the idea written down? Or what? So if I work on a Google Doc for it, we can get like some interesting formatting done and get the initial idea written down. Google Docy? Exactly. What if we comicified stream moments between you and chatters? That could serve as a also as clips in a way. Yeah, I wouldn't say that again. That's something that I could see doing long term if this works out well and I can create a good workflow. I think that would be the important aspect of it all. Admittedly, like I said, this is potentially a one-off idea that I make this and I never do it again because it's awful to do. I just want to see what it's like. I want to see how far I go with it and play around with the idea, willingly accepting that there is a chance I might just drop this idea long term. Because it's not... It takes either too long, too many resources need to go into it, and I don't feel like it's worth the time. Stuff like that, right? Like, think of it like that with a lot of it. That's how I'm kind of looking at it. Alright. Let's start with kind of giving a... doing kind of like what a game design document it would be for this idea. So, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go through the loose ideas, bullet point them out, and figure out kind of what we're doing with it as a general piece. Then, from there, we'll do some loose storyboarding based around that, and then kind of work from that point onwards. So let's get the key points. Done. So, we're doing, room. Wow. Okay, so those are two of the core things that we need to know about this piece. I know, it's really incredible that a rom-com dubbed comic idea requires a romantic comedy, anime/manga styled, and dubbed lines. You'd have never guessed. So, from this idea, let's go further down. Okay, what do we need in these contexts? Well, if we were to develop this idea further, we need a story. And we need characters within that style. Dubbed lines, that's very easy because we'll just need people to voice characters. other audio, e.g., BGM, like that. You need people? That's a good point. I do need people. I need to, there's a joke I was gonna make there. I'm gonna leave that one alone. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it shows how, okay, I already said I didn't want to harp on about it, but it shows how little effort that person was willing to put in. Is that if they really wanted to be a problem, there was so much, like they had the ability to go over to Twitch and then be an ass there as well, but they just were so lazy that they just wanted to turn up, be an ass. They got 2 lines in and then gone. I think that's very funny. What's the joke? Oh, it's just something about how, like, owning people would be fun. Is this BGM a remix of Disney songs? Oh, the BGM for the today? Or for the thing of that? Because no, probably not for that. No, today, it's literally just Xenoblade Chronicles, all area themes. That's it. I just, again, my rule is I clicked on one that I was like, that looks good. I know the music from that game's pretty solid. Because we try and aim for game music all the time. Because it's just the, like, safer bit. There's normally fair use around that stuff. Outside of that one time I got hit because, oh my god. Did I talk about Prototype and how, like, there's a really funny part about Prototype streaming? If you stream Prototype, like the old school game, the 360 game, right? There we go. Alright, if you stream the 360 game, one of the cutscenes is one of the trailers, and it will flag the video for copyright for that trailer. Which is evident of how old and how long ago that game was done, that it didn't have considerations for that. So if I was to ever play that again, there's at least one cutscene I have to just skip. It's very fucking stupid. I can't remember what company did it, but I know it was one that I'm like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me that they did that. Anyway. So. Story. I've already talked about the story that I want to do for this. So, I've talked about how, like I said, I watch a lot of these, and there was... Never mind, it's too... Yeah, it's one of those things of, like, it's old, so I get why it's done, but god, it's really dumb in retrospect. Anyway, so... I've talked about what stories of these I've watched a little bit. I've watched all sorts of ones. There's ones where it's like, oh, it's childhood friend. They meet up for the first time in ages, and... lo and behold, they promise to get married and she still remembers it and he's not sure if she remembers it, yada yada yada. Or there's the idol story where it's like they're just a super dedicated fan and the idol falls for them and then they stop being an idol eventually to go date them. Or there's like the Yakuza one, or the Yakuza ones, where it's like, this is the Yakuza daughter, and they saved them without realizing that they're from the Yakuza, or hang out with them without realizing this. And then there's a whole thing around that. There's ones where it's these people are homeless and this person shows an act of kindness and then this person becomes very devout or dedicated and helpful. There's all sorts of these. So fucking many. But there was one that I watched that, I'm not gonna lie, I would have almost liked it more if it committed to the bit a little bit harder. And that's what we're doing with this. So he becomes an idol too, and he's more successful. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna write that one down for later. That actually sounds amazing. Oh, fuck, that's actually so good. Fucking imagine. Oh, that's actually so funny. Oh, fuck, that actually fucks me up a little bit. How funny of an idea that is. No, I actually need to copy that down. Wait, give me a second. I need to make sure I get that one so I have that for later. Because again, this is the first comic we'll do. I may or may not do more beyond this point, and that's one that I would 100% do. So let me write that down there. In my notes. Okay, there we go. It's actually so fucking dumb. I love that one sweep. That's actually... The best part is I don't make it romantic at the end. It's literally him just going, wow. Oh, so this is what it's like being up here. And she's like, oh, well, now I kind of want to... It's like, no, I worked hard to get here. Fuck you. You didn't like me at my worst. Why the fuck are you allowed to be with me at my best? Remember to credit Sweep. Oh, 100% I would be crediting Sweep with that one. I would literally, there'll just be a thing at the end of like credits. Idea comes from random chatter Sweep. That's actually so funny. No. Okay. I can't even make an argument. Let's get back on topic. That's the point of today. We're not got a topic. We're not staying on topic. We'll never stay on topic. Never, ever stay on topic during a day like today. Today is creative time. We're here to not make sense and be all over the place, which is great because I can't focus correctly at the moment. And I'm expecting this stream to either be one of my worst streams or one of my best streams. We will find out. So he becomes a VTuber and gets more popular than you. Complete Oh, that would be really great. I'd love that. The 3-minute meal is already in the microwave. Fair enough. Alright, so, story. What are we doing for this story? I've already got this selected. There's a couple of you that will at least probably know what the story is. But basically, protag in relay oh, there we go. I can't spell. You're gonna see how bad my fucking spelling is with this. They break up. This is the beginning of the story. Now you might go, how is this supposed to be a rom-com? Well, you see, that's where, while dyslexia, probably. So, while heartbroken, goes place. goes to place. I mean, if we want to... Again, we're just getting loose idea down. Protag and relationship, they break up. While heartbroken, goes to place. While at place, meets X's mother. Once it catches up. Do we know where this is going yet? Mother asks about relationship. Finds out they broke up. Decides to take Protag out to have some fun. They have lots of fun. They decide to meet up again. Oh no, I never had the some fun part. Okay, that's fair. Ironically enough, this is... Well, I'm not gonna, again, talk about the story. This is not how it worked out for me either, but it was very funny when something similar happened to me. Anyway, they start going on quotation mark dates. X finds out and tries to stop them. Mother and Protag realize feelings. They get together at the end. There we go. Exactly, Sweep. Exactly. Yeah, no, so straight up, the story I watched at one point was like, these two characters were already dating, they broke up, the guy was told, oh, you can get rid of my stuff, so he goes to sell the bed, and he ends up finding the girl's mother, and she goes like, oh, so you're selling the bed. Oh, it's because she came back to live with us, so I guess that, yeah, you guys had a fight. And so, yeah, we've broken up. And it's like, oh, that's really sad to hear. How about we go on a date then? And then, like, after some time, she basically does, like, a big lot of work to try and get them together again. It's very obvious that's what's been going on, to get them to realize how much they care about each other. Now, I'm not gonna lie, while watching it, I had this thought in the back of my head. What if, just straight up, the series just throws a curveball at you and he just goes like, you know what, actually, I like her more. I like your mom more, fuck you. Okay, what is the short that you sent? I'm assuming if I look in videos, it's there, right? The machine spirit? Oh no. Let's open the tab, if it ever opens. We love older women. I mean, 100%. That's the full idea of it.
In ancient Terra, they would call upon a certain machine spirit. Hatsune Miku, bless this machine.
Hey, I'm Phoebe.
Yes. In ancient...
That's amazing. Okay, thank you for sending me that. That was fully worth the time. I love that. Bless this. Hi, I'm Hatsune Miku. Yes! Oh, did I tell you? Wait, so, okay. Noxie has bought some new paints, right? And she's now buying more of these paints, and I'm super excited for this. She bought glow-in-the-dark paint for her Necrons. She's actually got some really nice purples that she's doing for, like, energy colors. And then she's going to be buying a bunch of other ones for other stuff. And I sat there with her, we tested it out, and, like, we're talking about ideas with it. And I was like, wait a fucking minute. What if I took blue and, like, other kind of colors like that? Like, fluorescent colors, and put them on the claws of the Tyranids to make them actual glow sticks. And I just, like, fucking galaxy brain moment. So yeah, no, when I made the joke that my Tyranids were gonna be Hatsune Miku and or VTuber fans, and they're all gonna be like having fucking glow stick energy and shit, apparently I wasn't fucking kidding. I'm gonna make those fuckers have glow sticks. If they've got, like, the melee swords and or, like, the claw things, yeah, no, those are gonna be fucking... those are gonna be light sticks, and I'm fully down for this. You have no idea how much that sounds like the funniest time ever. It's just like, take a UV light to the thing, and you just see all of these termagants just waving light stick, like glow sticks. Anyway. But yes, so this is what we have. Warhammer tryhards are getting a heart attack right about now. Oh hell yeah, I'm glad. Dude, I stand by. I fully expect to have, like, if anyone sees my army and they take that shit seriously, they'll hate me, and I'm gonna love that. It fuels my kind of energy that I've talked about before that I enjoy, where it's just straight up, oh, I'm going to do the troll, like the most humorous troll thing I can. That means that you get one or two reactions. You get either people smiling and smirking, going, that's funny, or people getting genuinely upset. And it's because it's like, this is affecting you far more than it should be. And you need to understand that. And that is the best feeling, is seeing someone that gets upset by things like that, getting upset, because you're like, oh, satisfaction. Suffer, you little miserable fuck. So there you go. Thought I'd just, like, put that forward, because that was something that I was talking about yesterday. That was very funny. Anyway. So, for characters of this, it's very basic. We need protag character. So they're going to be, again, mostly generic. Kinda sappy / wishy-washy. We need that to make the story kind of work out the way we want it to be. we do need generic kindness trait slash other likable traits. Protect could be a ripoff of the cure, so I mean it basically is gonna be, right? Like, we're not surprised at that. I'm not writing the protagonist to be this incredibly amazing person. They're just gonna be like kinda nice and work hard and yada yada yada, right? What age bracket do we want? What if later in the story the father comes back from a business trip and proves the Hell yeah! I mean, we gotta have it so the father either is divorced or dead, right? What do we think feels better for how the story will go? Okay, so we've got the protag, we've got the current GF. Divorced? Yeah, I think divorced feels more in line with it, because it then will kind of give the mother a bit more of a sadder tone to some of that sort of stuff that's not just tragic. Add NTR. But it will also add like a betrayal aspect, right? And it will give a beautiful element of her kind of giving trust. Yes, I am writing this seriously. I'm not denying that, and I'm fully shitposting with it at the same time. This is how I do things. Sorry for being a shameless fuck, but the NTR cuck element. Dude, I love the idea that it's just like, do a little bonus thing at the end where it's just like, the ex-husband turned up again, and he is like, I actually like this, can I watch? No, I'm not gonna do ex-husband cheated on her with another man? Oh my god, that would actually be so good! Oh no! Wait, that's actually really funny! Oh, no, and I need to make it so the delivery is fully serious with that. No, we need to do something like that, actually, like, no, straight up, this is going in. This is going in. Divorced her father after leaving her for another man. Oh, that would be so good. Oh, that just, again, I love the idea of just not putting any energy into explaining beyond that line. Like, there will be a line where she basically says, it's like, oh, why is her father not in the picture? It's like, oh, well, he left me, for another man. It's like, oh, that really sucks to hear. And it's like, that's all I give energy towards it. That's it. That is amazing. Like, you guys wanted to dive into it more. We leave it at that. Nothing more. Just the subtlest throwaway thing, and it's like, hang on a fucking minute. There is some analysis we need here. Also, hey Matthew, how's it going? You came in at the perfect time where I'm losing my mind about the dumbest fucking joke. Oh, that's actually so funny. Alright, one panel of a flashback is the dad is walking into the sunset with another man, essentially his clone. I could do that. I could do something like that, where it's just like, not even a full panel, it's just like a little bubble kind of thing, like her thinking or reminiscing about it. Like, have it as quick and simple as possible so there's nothing to actually sit there and analyze about it. Because there's nothing I'm giving you. You have to do it all yourself, and it just leaves it being more of a like a, I'm sorry, well, fucking what? Seems pretty dumb. If you want a shorthand explanation, Matthew, the idea is this is a dubbed rom-com thing, so it would be basically panels on a video dubbing over the top of the characters talking, and it's just again, the story element is protag is in a relationship. They break up. While heartbroken, goes to a place. While at the place, meets the ex's mother. Mother talks about the relationship, finds out they broke up. Decides to take the protag out to have some fun. Basically kind of cheering him up. They have lots of fun. They decide to meet up again. They start going on, quotation marks, dates. Ex finds out, tries to stop them. Mother and protag realize feelings. They get together in the end. We having that kind of energy today. It's like, you don't want to be my boyfriend? I'm gonna be your dad. I fucking love this so much. There's got to be a little bit of an age difference, though, between the protagonist and the original girlfriend, right? We're going to have him be a little bit older to make it feel like there's a bit of room for that. So, what? We want to probably put him... What if we say 33 years old here? And with the GF, put her at 28. So it's about a 5-year age difference. And then, put... $45 for the mother. That means what, she was 18? Press the wrong button. Nice. Yeah, not at 40. That would be a problem. Make the GF a bit younger? Do you want... It's because, like, 5-year difference, it feels like enough to make it kind of normal-ish. Right? I know I could, like, age just isn't an impactful thing here. I don't want to make the protag, like, dead center, right? Because if I lower the GF, I lower the mother by an equivalent amount. So if I lower by 1, I'm going to lower by 1 here. So that puts a 6-year difference there, and then a 11-year difference there. We'll leave it at this for now. We can change it as we see fit. She was 40, then she'd be like 12 when she had her. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, like... if we have it at 45, it's like 17, 18 years old, right? Which makes it, a little bit more acceptable. Wow. Americans are gonna get confused. It's like, wait, she's not 18! It's like, fucking... I come from a country where 16 is age of consent. I'm already kind of pushing enough of a thing. But yeah, personality of the girlfriend, that does matter a fair bit to determining the age. I live in a country where the age is 16. Look, I think, in my experience, a lot of countries, the age of consent is 16. Not saying that's a good or a bad thing, I'm just saying that is the case. It's America just sets a lot of standards for media, which is why we always hear 18. And if I recall correctly as well, isn't, like, the age of consent different between states? I know the drinking age is different between states. Because I think the drinking age can be 18, 20, 21, right? Imagine having to be 21 to drink alcohol. I know. To be fair, who doesn't drink alcohol before they're, like, legally allowed? You just drink it at home. Some states have different ages. Yeah, no, I was gonna say. I'd assume it's like there's some foundational expectations, though. I mean, fuck, one of the things that a lot of people don't know, and this is one of those things that, just as a reminder, I studied Japanese history and stuff like this. This is why I know about this. And I preface this because I've been called weird for knowing this many a times. The age of consent in Japan as a whole is really fucking low, but the regions have it at a normal, like a more 16, 18 range. I believe the country itself, it's 14, but no region in Japan actually allows that. Yeah, age of consent seems like a slippery slope to talk about. It is. There is no right answer to it, is the simple thing that we come with. We have expectations. We have all sorts of stuff. It is a difficult one. Never drunk alcohol until recently. I'm your local baby. Drinking alcohol means I took like 5 shots of vodka total over the last 2 years. Fair enough. Not everyone's like me and fucking drunk like bottles of whiskey multiple times a week. Not gonna say that's a good thing, by the way. I'm gonna say that that was a thing I did. That's all that I'm gonna say. Not healthy. And, Bahrain, next to Iraq, the age is 21. Yeah. Again, it's one of those things that there's no correct way of approaching, that sort of stuff. It's the same with, what's the clicking? Sorry, that was, me doing something. Ignore it. It's nothing substantial. I apologize. It's gone now, though. Okay, how do we want to do the GF? I think we don't make her like a complete bitch. I think we make her actually a fairly reasonable person. And it's just like an argument happened that's like, no, something's really probably. Nail clipping fetish caught on stream. Okay, you caught me with the fact that it was nail clipping. It's because there was a nail that I had that had just broken basically, like up a little bit. It was a longish one. I fucking was fiddling around, broke it a little bit. I'm like, I need to collect this off. I actually need to fix it before it catches and starts being super annoying. What if we have it as kind of like, she wants more assertive boyfriend? Like as the core kind of antagonizing thing between them. Where it's like, our protagonist, again, he's sappy, he's wish-washy, but he's extremely kind and is like supportive. He's always there, but she's like, no, I want you to kind of actually take charge a little bit more. Right? It's not even that she would want to be like spoiled more, she just wants to like be with someone that, yeah, I think that's actually a fairly simplistic and understandable want, right? Imagine the type of breakdown you wanted to have when she finds out about the ex and boyfriend and her mom. That's actually a good point. Let's think on that a bit more. It's just like, because what would be most upsetting for her in that situation? Is it just simply that, like, is it the age? Is it who it is? Is it she's upset because she wants her mother to find quotation marks better? Or is it because it's specifically her boyfriend? Or her ex-boyfriend? I would say it's most likely that latter thing. Would be kind of a thing. I want a BF whose spine actually shows up on an x-ray. I could see that as a fucking joke it gets made. Actually, I might write that one down. That's kind of funny. Go that. Let's see. Upset to protect with mother cause combination of the two. Yeah, that's what I'm writing here. So upset at protag with mother because she dumped him, focusing more on his negative traits. That means that when it comes time to, like, you shouldn't be with him, and it's like, it's focusing so much on the negative side of him, not the positives. And that's the big difference between the ex and the mother is that the mother actually appreciates him for his positives and can look past his negatives and can see room for growth. Right? Like someone that's sappy and wish-washy, that's probably from being with someone that's, like, being in environments that are extremely assertive, and he kind of has to, like, he's never given a reason to be. Being told to do it is not the same as having environments that allow for it, right? You can at least call me okay, not quite that, but something along those sorts of lines. But I do like the idea of him basically, like, when this starts going super, like, there's the problem going on, he does actually go forward and, like, I'm not doing this to be your father, so don't make me have to act like it. Or something like that. No, I don't want to have that actually go on. I have to be real careful with that, because, like, again, I've seen what happens with, parents dating when they have kids. Just in general. And this is one of those ones where I'm like, I kind of don't want to have too much of a focus on him being a parent. What's the difference? You already called me daddy. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the joke, though, is like, she probably actually wanted someone that she could call daddy, is the idea. But he's, like, too submissive in a sense that he would never be able to do it. We might actually hit some weird fetish, too, actually, while writing this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we lean into some of that territory. It will happen. Undoubtedly. But that's why I'm being like, I kind of want to stick to, while I'm going to be comedic with a lot of things, we're going to keep that. Slightly off topic, imagine a spin-off where their kid/new sibling realizes what happened in their family. Oh, now that would be fucking funny. I mean, like, that's the thing, right? If I wasn't writing this as a comedy, this gets written as a hentai, like, 10 times out of 10. And it's literally, all three of them end up in a bed at the end. Like, that's how this story goes. In that sense, we're doing comedy, so we're actually, like, focusing on the humorous side of things. We can have him mention that dad left and turning the single line of no explanation into a reoccurring joke that has no explanation. And is always referred to by the same words. He left her for another man. Yeah. Just nodding at this while looking at spoiler, to be honest. Fair. I do need to catch up on the Spider-Man spoilers. I hate that they're actually releasing kind of interesting cards. Because, like, this set looked so shit. And now it's looking, like, somewhat okay. I don't think I still want to buy stuff from it. But it's like, now it's a set that if I got boosters from it, I wouldn't be upset. But I wouldn't probably go after boosters. Like, I'll be perfectly honest, I am sooner gonna buy Thunder Junction than I am gonna buy Spider-Man. And it's because I think Thunder Junction's actually funny. And it's got a lot of cool cards in it. Yeah, let's put this forward as well, like, becomes more confident while dating the mother. because that would actually make a lot of sense of the things. Have you seen the meme? Which one? There's a couple of memes I've seen. Do you just jump from that to magic? I mean, always. You think I could not, like, somehow get to magic from anything? The one on imposter syndrome? Oh, yeah, no, I have seen that one. Yeah. There you go. Quick, make a pot of greed reference. And I'm going to cast Pot of Greed. What does that do? It allows me to draw 2 additional cards. Oh my god, what does that mean? I have 2 more cards in my hand. Oh, that seems really good. It is. There's a reason why this card was banned. Wait, that card's banned? Then why the fuck are you playing it? Because this is the anime and no one fucking cares. Speaking of, I now have drawn fucking Exodia. This is why Pot of Greed's fucking bullshit. Ah, Exodia. That's not possible. No one's ever been able to summon him. Yeah, except anyone that ever ran Pot of Greed, because you could draw through your deck way too fucking quickly. Have I played Pot of Greed somewhere in the text box? Oh, that'd be really funny. Judge! He's playing with a banned card! Jump him! And just, it's that one cop image. Y'all know the cop image I'm talking about. Yeah, this dude. It's literally this. It's just like, Judge, he's playing with a bad card. The judge. Woo. Doesn't know, and the guy and the mom are just playing an intense game. Dude, I fucking don't tempt me. Do not tempt me to make a little spin-off thing at the end where it's them sitting down to play a Commander game as a family and the mom and the fucking pro tag are having a great time and she's just like, I don't fucking know what's going on. He's reaching for the Pot of Greed. He's reaching for the Pot of Greed. Get him. Pulls out taser. Don't allow Pot of Greed in this household. I don't think, do I even own Pot of Greed? I think I owned a copy of Pot of Greed at some point. You know, before it was banned into fucking oblivion. Because if I recall correctly, I think it was like put on restricted, then banned, then restricted, then banned, and shit like that. Tim, do you know, write it down? I'll leave doing little spin-off jokey things for now. We want to focus on the main story, but it is definitely in the back of my head. That's a good point. He's reaching for Barrel Dragon, goddammit. How do we want to word this? I won't get in the way of my mother and her feelings. This is something that the girlfriend will probably, like the ex will say near the end, right? It's like, I won't get in the way of my mother and her feelings. What do we want to kind of add on to that? It's like her soft warning to him. What if we go like, you better make her more than how... What if that's the fucking like burn at the end there? Is it's like, you better make her more happy than, you made me, I guess. Something along those sorts of lines. So what do you do for a living? I write, draw, and voice questionable stories. Dude, I stand by, I could never explain what I do for my life. But I can only imagine her blowing her brains out, or the mother and the BF at night. Yeah. But again, it's a rom-com. We have to be positive. We gotta be positive. She'll get over it eventually. Yeah, I think I like that. It's like, I won't get in the way of my mother and her feelings. You better make her more happy than you made me. That feels like very harsh, but very like, I care about my mother. I don't care about you. There's now that disconnecting point where it's her accepting we're not, like, it's her making it very clear there's nothing here between us anymore like that. And him probably being perfectly fine with that as well. That's the point. It stops that from being a thing. Now rom traj, man. Don't tempt me for one of those later. I am fully stressing, while we're starting with a rom-com, I'm not sticking to only rom-coms. I am fully okay with if this doesn't end up being a pain in the ass long term and is kind of fun to do, I'll do more. Last panel after the happy ending is a year later, mom taking the daughter and saying, I can't believe he left me for another man. Oh god. That would be so cruel. Oh, that would be so cruel. That sounds so funny. Oh, that actually sounds amazing. Like, real talk. If I didn't want to do a nice, calm ending, I would do that. Just gonna go, got stuff to do, and I'm still in bed. Fair enough. I understand that feeling. Catch you later, Matthew. Have a good one. Oh, fuck. We could make... There is a joke I would be willing to make at the end. What if we have it, like, as the epilogue sort of thing, we do actually make a joke where it's just... How do I word it best? Based on age bracketing and stuff like that. It's, with amazing heat. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. With how amazing he is, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little sibling. Fucking imagine! Just imagine getting told that by your mother. How fucked up would you be? I know, by the way, at this stage in time, we're talking about a 45-year-old. We're talking, and this is where I get to be, like, boring and disgusting, if you want to call it that. But, like, realistically speaking, at about 45, it wouldn't be surprising if we see menopausal sort of stuff going on. So, the ideas of a kid, very low likely. But, point is, dude, that would actually crush the daughter, though, if there was a sibling, like a baby that came along. That, oh my god, that actually fucking make it so much funnier. That is possibly the funniest joke I could have at the end of it. That's still within kind of the rom-com theming. That's actually fucking hysterical. Oh, it's so messed up. Actually, your mother saying I've got... She would blow friends at home with their new bodies at night at the half. No. Hey, you gotta take a positive spin. Come on. What's with all this negativity? You need to, like, chill out, dude, and hang out. Just go with the flow. chill out and vibe, my man. These negative vibes that I'm getting from you, bro. You need to, like, stop with that. You're killing the mood. God, I'm glad those characters don't exist in in most of these stories now. The most vile shit happened. Just remember to be positive. Exactly. What do you mean? The mother's happy. There's nothing wrong. That's all that matters. The mother and the protagonist are happy together. Oh yeah, I have seen that card, by the way, Devil, the Rent is Due one. Which is actually a really good card as well, by the way, like weirdly enough. Can I have a sort of full recap of what we have right now? I was cleaning up shit with my mom while listening. Did you say mom? No. So, what we've got currently is the raw story idea, which is the protagonist gets in a relationship, breaks up, then while heartbroken goes to a location. While at the location, meets up with the ex's mother. They talk about everything, and like she basically goes, hey, what if we go somewhere to cheer you up? And they start going on more of those sorts of outings, basically dates. And then the ex finds out, tries to kind of like stop this, because it's like, hey, I'm not okay with this. This is my ex. He's all of these negative things. He's not that great. Why should my mother be with him? It's like, I dumped him for all these reasons. And it's like, yeah, but did you like look at his positive qualities? They far outweigh the negatives. And he starts becoming more confident while on these dates, because he's actually got someone that's very supportive, which is kind of what he clearly needs for being that. And that's why it's just like, when confronted in that later stage, he actually stands up and defends both him and the mother and himself and the feelings, causing the ex to eventually break down. While the ex doesn't fully accept the situation, gives a line kind of along the lines of, I won't get in the way of my mother and her feelings. You better make her more happy than you made me. And we kind of go from that. We've just been joking about how, like, a post-credit sequence of, well, that ilk, very much epilogue energy, where it's just, the mother making a joke along the lines of, it's like, with how amazing he is, like, in bed, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little, sibling to the daughter. You get him defending both the mom and the daughter and how they both feel, but circle back to justifying him. Yeah, actually, that's a good point with it. I'll put in a little brackets, while doing this also doesn't, deny the... Like, yeah, saying it's clear you want what's best for your mother, right? Like, something like that. Imagine Unravel playing. That'd be kind of funny. But yeah, no, I like that idea where it's just like, it would add to the kindness and likable traits that he's kind of got. But it would also show, like, him becoming confident enough to go like, hey, look, I'm not denying your feelings. Your feelings are very valid here, and it would give validity to that response that she has of just like, I won't get in the way of my mother and her feelings. You better make her more happy than me. That makes a lot of sense, because that would be both of them coming to actually accept they're not a thing. They're probably never going to truly see eye to eye or like each other, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's, I think, a great way of accepting in that story. So it's actually, again, I will always stress this, a good story should be a story that has a message. Regardless of what's being told as the story, there should be a message you can take away from it that's positive. The positivity of this one is to kind of accept everyone's faults, but also accept, like, you can be in the wrong, you can improve. He left me for another man as a constant reminder. Oh, no, I've already got that, don't I? Yeah, I literally have in the mother's description here. Divorced with father after leaving her for another man. That's there. That's literally the first line of the mother's description. Outside of her age. That is written in. That is not like... that's there. You're good. Yeah, no, it's all good. That is... We're doing that. And I think that's fucking hysterical. That's not like a not joke. That's a going in there as like... Again, it's only going to be like one line. And it's going to not commit hard to the line. It's going to be half throwaway line of just her mentioning that, and then like it would basically be her mentioning, hey, like, oh, this happened, and then it's been really hard looking after her since then. I've always tried my best by her, but it's been rough. And it's like, it's actually more of a focus on, like, it's less of a focus on the fact that she's divorced, and it's more of a focus on the difficulties of that. Now we need two women to voice? Yes. I could probably convince at least one person I know to voice one of them. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the mother, though. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Because I can probably convince someone to do the GF. Because there's nothing, like, too intense of that. Because, yeah, unsurprisingly, I'm probably going to end up voicing the protagonist. I don't know what voice I'll do for them, but we'll see. I mean, it's 33-year-old. I'll probably just do something similar to my voice. Unless we make this an extensive Malith Devil Ogre Cap meme. I'm pretty sure Devil will strangle me if I remind him about that. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. So if this is kind of where we're going with the characters. So we've got a very basic layout of what we're doing with the story. So let's bullet point out the story points. Oh. It's not enough of, at this point. Fucking yeah. I don't care if I spell your name wrong. Love you too, Devil. Love you too. Okay. So. Start, during fight between protag and current GF. Did you just dog smell his name? I mean, it's not that it's unknown. I've fucking shown my face, I've shown my degree, all that stuff. It's fine. It was dogs more than your face already. True. So during fight between Protag and current GF, stems from... How do we want this to start? It's probably walking on the street or something like that. What's Over's last name? Yeah. No, I mean, again, it's one of those things of like, my full legal names is information that's possibly available. The benefit I have is that there are people with my name, my full name, that are significantly more famous than I, so it means that I'll never actually have any relevancy. Especially as long as you don't actually have my age, for example. Like, if you have my age and like a couple of other core details, you'd probably be able to find me. Otherwise, you'd probably never find me. That's the point. That's why I keep certain information vague and not said. Fight stems from walking down street and okay, how do we want this to go? Because I'm thinking like they're walking down the street, either bump into some people or like some people come up and harass the girl, and he kind of basically very calmly tries to get them away. Like, what are we thinking? How intense do we want to make this kind of moment? Or how, like... Because if we have it as just, like, he comes, finds her, these people are hitting on her, and he just, like, wishy-washy tries to get involved and gets them to go away and very much apologizes and stuff like that, then it would add to a pathetic nature, but I don't like that one again. Like, I don't want to make him pathetic, I just want him to feel quite, again, sappy. Whereas if it's like maybe bumping in on the street, the people be slightly antagonistic, where it's like, hey, watch where you're going. It's like, I'm very sorry. And then kind of like leaving it, and it's like, huh, not worth our time. And then they will keep walking. That would probably be better. Because it's just that level of almost patheticness that could be seen, whereas it's like, no, that's just non-confrontational. I think that works better. I don't want to do it too harsh of a moment. I'm thinking the softer the moment, the more it feels like this is a building problem. Right? Because if we have it as a building problem, that would add to the validity that the relationship was never gonna, like, the relationship has been breaking down for a portion of time. If it's too heavy, then it might feel too, like, in response to only this event, not other events, sort of thing. So, bumps into some scary-looking people walking past. They act... That's not how it's spelt. There's a lot of extra words in there. And protag just bows and So Mitchie and Camilla's song cover. I saw that it happened. I haven't looked at it yet. I saw the announcement of it. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of, the VTubers doing, like, really cool covers and, like, songs at the moment. I mean, like, there's was it Callie, Bao, and Arma did one recently, for that one movie that's really, really popular that I still need to watch. That I've gotten yelled at many a times that I should watch it. The, Devil Hunters, or whatever the fuck it's called. Is it K-pop Devil Hunters or something like that? Or Demon Hunters? It looks good. I want to watch it. I've just not been in the mood for it at the moment. I'm gonna watch Demon Hunters as well. It looks really good. Like, all the stuff I've seen about it and everything, it does actually look good. It's just, yeah, like, I cannot stress enough, I've just not been in the mood for watching something popular and high quality right now. You wanna hunt me, bitch? Given the opportunity. No, I mean, what? Alright. So, they are confrontational, protect justifiers, and apologizes. They walk off with, this isn't worth GF moment and for always being like this and saying other things like, and we'll use that line earlier, which was, where is it again? I want a boyfriend whose spine shows up on more than an X-ray. They agree that this isn't working out, so she heads back first. By the time Protag gets home, she and her stuff is gone and she is nowhere to be seen. There we go. Okay, so that's, I think, basically our initial story point here. So, started during a fight between Protag and GF. So, fight stems from walking down the street, bumping into some scary-looking people walking past. They act confrontational. It's just very much that generic, like, hey, buddy, where you watch where you're walking. Do you have any idea who I am? Yada, yada, yada. It's raining. Have no other clean clothes. Raining in the rain. Have fun with that, dude. I would say, where do you watch you walking? It's just like, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, I didn't mean anything. Please forgive me, stuff like that. And it's just like, yeah, he's just a little bitch. Like, he isn't worth it. And it's just, then it's like silence for a moment and him starting to like get back out and say, why are you always like this? So, what do you mean? Is it, You're so, like, you... Such a fucking little bitch. I guess that thing is like, I want a boyfriend who's got more of a thing. And it's just like, like, you've got so much going for you, but, like, you just can't stand up for yourself. And all these sorts of, like, adding on to this thing where it's just like, look, this is just clearly not working. I'm gonna go home. This is clearly not working. We need to stop with this. And while he's, like, basically completely just unable to respond, because, again, wishy-washy, and very trying to respect what she's saying, her feelings, but not having a way to, like, respond, it just kind of sits there, just very catatonic almost. And that's why it's just, like, him going, like, where did I go wrong? Yeah, I am a little bitch, basically. I guess, like, this is what I deserve. Comes home, and it's, like, there's very clearly stuff is gone. Right? Like, the house has got half the shit in it. So all of the stuff that she had, she's taken. She's gone. That's basically the first few minutes of this storyline. I think that really cements in, we've locked it in. These characters are not working. So we've got that as a lock-in with that story point. So then, what do we do? How do we make it so we're in a situation? Do you feel like the MC on a personal level? I mean, have I been in a situation exactly like that? Not really. But I've been in similar situations, I guess. That's all I can really say on that matter. If anything, I was actually more I acted more like what this female character is doing when it came to my ex. So basically, when it was not working, I was like, cool, I'm just taking my stuff out of the room then. The stuff that's very clearly mine and doesn't stop you from living your day-to-day life. That's a real talk there. Like, straight up, like, I left my bed, wardrobe, stuff, anything that wasn't, like, clothing and essentials. I took everything else out of the drawers for me. And even when I left, I did not go and see if that stuff was still in that room or not. It's not my problem anymore. Once I left that room, that stuff became hers. So, it's not my problem. Anyway. Okay, so. Where do we think a character like this would go that would make sense to meet up with the mother? I feel like a period of time has had to occur, right? Like, week or two have passed since. So a week or two have passed since those events. So we need to think about, like, what does everyone do? Protagonist has probably got a job. Realistically, both of them probably had jobs. So she could probably, like, we'll say they've just got, like, decent jobs. We won't go too far into it. Just some decent office jobs. So they've got, like, more than enough money to handle things. So it's just, that's very much like a non-issue point of the story. We just won't get involved with the monetary side. Too heavy of a thing. Randomly meets at a store. That's what I'm thinking. It's like goes to the grocery shop and, like, they meet. Straight to the supermarket to buy some alcohol. No, I don't want him to be depressing like that. I wouldn't be against him being still, like, very, not fish-eyed, but definitely kind of, like, a little hollowed, and just doing some very basic stuff. But I think supermarket's a good one. Goes to supermarket. Buying already done meals. Kind of adding to the fact that it's just like he doesn't really see a value in doing dinners anymore, for example, stuff like that. That gets to that. So that gives that depressing side, but not committing to, like, doing, he's fallen into a form of addiction or something like that, which would not make sense for someone that's super wish-washy, and also keeping to the comedic side. They looking, and she asks about how the quotation marks two of them are doing, and about her. There we go. I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well as well there, kid. Some sort of after-work activity like the gym or a dance course? So that's going to be what we do. Like, again, it's going to be they do the shopping and then that's what they go to, right? Is like do something like a little weird and strange, like slightly out of the kind of norm thing, right? And we go with that. Because that would make the most sense, because it would kind of help push some of the stuff. Karaoke's probably a solid bit as well. Had a horrible day at school, that's always a rough time. Never fun when that's the case. But yeah, I think karaoke's a solid shout. And says me, I'm too pathetic. Sort of thing. There we go. Brain's having a meltdown, like, bro. I mean, if you had a horrible day at school and you're feeling like that, it's probably just best to take a break, take a breather, take a walk even. It's always a good shout. And just process how you feel. Think over why you feel that way. Because it's okay to feel upset. It's actually a good thing to feel angry or all that. It's just not okay to be violent. That's the only thing. So, feel whatever you will feel. And back and wet. Yay! I hope the rain was very pleasant, Devil. No, I am upset. Yeah, but it's more understanding what are those feelings. That's what's important. Because it's okay to feel things. Again, like everything, you get better at doing something if you do it more. So, let yourself feel like that. Now I'll go to sleep properly, watered, unlike my home plants. Damn. Oh, have I told about Noxie's plants? And how she fucking sucks at watering them. Because how she waters them is like, oh, it's starting to die. So I'm going to now drown it in water and repeat that cycle over and over again. Which is... As someone that has had to do a lot of gardening work in my time and done a lot of things, it's not how you take care of houseplants. But hey, it's the best way she remembers, I guess. Your voice is calming, by the way. Thank you. I definitely have a very, well, not deep, but I have a deeper monotone voice, which is definitely quite soothing, as I've been told. It's also very good for putting people to sleep, apparently. Which is not good when I was training to be a teacher. Probably would have led to a lot of classes where the students just fell asleep. Like, they're either hyper interested and focused on the subject, or they're falling asleep. Yay! She tries to ease better self-deprecation. What's your a teacher? I'm not a teacher. I am trained up to be a teacher. I have a degree in everything for her. I never actually got to teaching because the job market wasn't very great when I finished my degree, and I decided to do streaming instead, I guess. When you see a man dying, so you give him enough to survive a day and wait for him to give him more food until he's on the verge of death again. That's basically the point as well, Devil, right? It's like, that's... Look, I don't think that's the best way to, like, take care of your houseplants, but, like, it is what it is, I guess. Look, the houseplants survive. I think that's what truly matters. I can't say shit. I don't have plants myself at the moment, because I don't really have the... Do I really have anywhere I would put them? Not really. Not at this stage. I do want to get Lego plants, though. I do want to get, like, the Lego bonsai cherry tree, because that looks fucking amazing. Is your voice like this off mic? Yep. Anyone that knows me knows that this is pretty much my normal voice. I'm not putting on anything at all. There is... The only audio stuff we've got is audio stuff to make the microphone not sound like shit. I have no filters. Sounds like this is off stream. Yeah. No, this is what I sound like. I've sounded like this for, like, more or less a decade. I think that was the last time my voice changed at all. Though, I do love the story of how my voice dropped. Will always be a fun one. Because I had what's called blocks, which were giant, like, plastic things in my mouth to try and adjust my jaws positioning. So I went from my, like, this is my voice when I was younger sort of thing, like, slightly more high pitch, and yada yada yada, right? Like this was the kind of voice I had, and I had that voice, and then I took those blocks out, and I immediately kind of hit this kind of voice. So I was like in high school, and that was what it sounded like. It went. I never had like any transitional time with my voice. It went from, "Hey everybody, this is me, Malith. And hey everybody, now this is me," and it's like, what the f happened? It threw a lot of people off. It was very funny. But yeah, no, I thought that's basically how that went, which was very, very silly. I mean, the other thing as well is that this is, ironically enough, some of the worst my voice sounds as well, because of the mic setup. There have been, if you go to the older stuff that I've done, like a year or so ago, I had the mic much closer to me, so it came off a lot deeper and cleaner and smoother. Because the mic was basically in front of me. Whereas now it's like 40 centimeters away from me. And I'm not always facing it directly as well. That also impacts it. The problem with doing the VTuber model is it does kind of basically require me to not have a microphone in my mouth. It actually requires me to have my face on display for the tracking, which somewhat matters. It's always a fun time. Alright. So, she tries to offer sympathies, but most of it gets battered away by more self-deprecation. She pauses, then offers to go somewhere and demands that he comes along. She drags him off to... So we're saying karaoke was the idea? Do we want to go karaoke, or is there any other ideas that we can think of would be like a nice, solid way for these two to interact for their first time? To hang out. I think karaoke's a really good shout, because there's ways that it could be used as like he can just belt out and sing and have fun and like chill out and relax, and she can just kind of like help build his confidence back up. And I think that wouldn't be a bad way of doing it. It's the most basic and cliche for a reason. Yeah, I think it's a really good answer for this. I'm feeding your cars right now. I'm assuming cats and not cars. But that's always fun. Cats are great. Though, I guess you could feed your cars. You never know. What do you feed cars other than just, like, fuel, I guess? That's it. Boring. Damn. Thought there would be a funny joke there. Too bad I'm not smart enough to think of a funny joke. But yeah. Gotta love kitty cats. They're great. The definition of, like, you feed people to cars, you know, that's fair. They do get hungry from time to time. A rogue cyclist. He starts a little... There we go. So, pushes him to sing and just have fun. He starts a little reserved and he gets a bit more into it and becomes a bit distracted by the positive mood. No good at English? Ah, you're fine. You're perfectly fine with English. I'm from New Zealand, we don't speak, we speak our own kind of English as it is, so. We have a very, altered way of speaking it that many, European countries would probably not appreciate. New Zealand, yeah. That place that did the Hobbit movies. The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies. That's basically all we're known for at this point, right? Is there anything else we're really famously known for that people would remember? I mean, we split the atom, we were the first to hit the first person to climb Mount Everest, stuff like that, but, like, people don't remember that. We remember it because that was stuff that our country did. Did you say New Zealand? Yes, I did say New Zealand. After they leave, and thanks for spending time with him. Don't worry about it. Needed it, and I blast as well. There we go. They speak fast? Yes. We naturally speak a lot faster. I slow down a lot when it comes to stream to make an effort. Because I know a lot of people that listen sometimes aren't as native English speakers, so they would potentially struggle with it. I also did linguistics courses, so I know a lot about language stuff. And that's kind of it. I always thought of New Zealand as the Hobbit place. Yeah, it's about right. So, a lot of speaking the language outside of the internet, yeah. But no, I do make an active effort to slow down my speech. Because otherwise I'm pretty sure... The station... On arrival... They thank each other again, and then the mother, they could hang out again. Mentioning understands that weird. There we go. I'd say I'm way better at English than Polish, which still isn't very good, but you know. I mean, that's the issue with kind of like modern sort of stuff like that, is English has become such a globalized language. Oh, pardon me. That it's not uncommon to come across that. In like non-English speaking countries, having English still be some people's better language. More TV, media, stuff like that in general. Kind of impacting that. Okay, so she understands that it might be weird due to being his ex being her daughter. What would he say to that in response? Fell off your bed? That's not a good thing to do. Wouldn't recommend that. I do that and I probably end up in the hospital. And that's not even a distance. That's what, like half a meter off the ground? At most? It's actually funny, I was talking about the other day, Noxie brought up rodeos, right? And we got into talking about like how it's just, that's insane to do that stuff. Which, I kind of followed it up with like, I couldn't imagine doing that because like I fall like half a meter and I probably break a bone. They fall off possibly one of the most dangerous animals in the world and can potentially just have a limb removed from them by just a crushing force. And they think that's like, I wouldn't survive that stuff in the slightest. I'd get sent flying both near immediately and to my death. You'd literally turn to ash. I probably would. I'd get flung off and it wouldn't even need to, like, land on me to destroy my body. I would just crumple. Okay, what is this character going to say in response to being asked to hang out again, but, being told, like, I understand it might be weird? No... I mean... Yeah, but today was really fun. That's with you. Go with that. Rodeo or radio? Rodeo, so like the bucking animal sort of thing. The force of your fling would be enough to make you disappear. Like Thanos snap. Yeah, it literally goes up into the air and just psh. What happened? She's gone. He didn't even touch the ground. This is observed at distance by daughter. How do you spell that? Rodeo? Isn't it rodeo? Yeah, R-O-D-E-O. So you did get it right with the first thing. Things like movies, shopping. You know how anime MC punch something and that thing disappears like a poof sound effect? Yeah, yes, exactly. like, a stiff breeze hitting me would basically be equivalent to One Punch Man serious punch. Like, to my body. It just fucking vaporizes. Like, that's all I can think of with that. Do you know what's your lucky side? No. Okay, wait, let me fix this quickly. Alright, movies, shopping, cafe, walks. Just gonna put that in there. We can probably further flesh that out with a little bit of stuff, like we actually go through, very amazed you can read so well. I mean, I did do a degree, and it was a lot of essay work, so writing and reading are something that I would like to think I'm good at. I got through the degree, that's all that really matters, right? It's been leaking out of him since he downloaded Star Rail. Oh, don't remind me about my Star Rail luck. It's so painful every time thinking about it. I need to update my warp tracker so I can show you guys, because it's bad. I can't read well. I mean, it's a skill that comes with time and such, right? I don't blame anyone for struggling with that stuff. It's difficult. Doesn't help as well that written language and spoken language are two very different things. So it's fine being good at one and bad at another. It's just getting good enough at one of them so you can drop something. Use the skills from the one that you're good at to help with the one that you're not so good at, right? It's transitive skills. Things about you, and then I permanently stay in your mind rent-free. Hell yeah. At least I'm living rent-free somewhere. So I'm not getting charged, that's what matters. I am paying rent. Okay. So far we've gone through, like, the core developments of the character stuff. I read backwards? Oh, interesting. That's a way to do it. If it works for you, I see no issue with it. That's what matters at the end of the day, right? If it doesn't work, then, yeah, admittedly, I can see how that might be a bit of a thing. Is that how you spell read? Read, as in reading something, is R-E-A-D. Typically. R-E-A-D, like that. He makes up the words. Oh, it makes... Trust me, English. That's one of the nastiest parts about English, is that it is famously one of the worst languages for having multiple words that are written the same but pronounced extremely differently. Or pronounced similarly but have completely different meanings. Read, and rid. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's read there. Yeah, you go there. Yeah, as Clap's got there, like read as in R-E-E-D, that is the plant. Read, R-E-A-D, is what you do with language, where it's like, I'm reading a book. And then rid is, I mean, that's the problem as well. Rid can be used like 2 different ways as well. Because rid is like get rid of something. It's to get it from location to another location through an action. Right, like, I rid something as well is past tense of riding. It's, you see what I mean? Even as an English speaker, it's a nightmare. So, I understand the difficulties. G versus J. Yeah. Love English without context. Oh, it's... Yeah, English is a very... It doesn't help as well because it's a weirdly tonal language. Because it requires a lot of nuance in the tone. Which is something that you get with some languages typically, but like... Typically those languages, that nuanced toning defines the context, but it doesn't define the social context, if that makes sense. Like in my experience with Japanese, for example, there are some words that you pronounce slightly differently given the context of the word being used, and it changes the meaning. However, there is no such thing as, like, say, sarcasm. Sarcasm doesn't really openly exist in it, because that's a tonal thing, typically. That's how you give context to sarcasm. Learn to understand these are things that can continue to trip me up in the British American English. Color and color, favorite and favorite, yeah. I mean, aluminium and aluminum are also a really famous one for that, right? And it's the problem that I come from a country that gets impacted by both, with like, we are originally a British colony, but we have so much American media, so we sometimes use either or for it all, right? Like, the spelling is supposed to be consistently this spelling, for example, but we'll just sometimes substitute in the other one as long as it's not a formal context where you have to write specifically for the language. Amelium? God damn it. Amelium? I think that's how that would be pronounced. Is that Amelia Watson's medal? Amelium? No, I don't think we want drinking in this. We just do dinner. This is when we get the confronting moment, right? Pronouncing aluminium, and it's read like amelinium. Amelinium. Ugh. That's an interesting thing for it. To be fair, there's the famous thing as well with, like, for example, is it Scottish, like the Scottish pronunciation can't handle certain things. And one of the famous ones I remember was it Purple Burglar Alarm? Is you can't, like, with a Scottish accent, you cannot get them to say that easily. It just doesn't flow well with the phonetics that they have. And it leads to them going purple, blah, 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 something like that. And it's very entertaining. But it's, again, it's the thing of cultural context and all that, right? Like, you live in an environment with specific phrasings and how things are said, and it's stuff doesn't work sometimes. It's not quite there. Something along those sorts of lines. I'm gonna speed through writing up some of these lines. Okay, there we go. I'm dying, Kura. See you later. Fair enough. Have a good one. Take a good rest. Oh, good lord. I need to stretch up a little bit. Alright. What do we... We do out a little bit of this stuff. I think we're kind of in the direction where we want. We've got our story points. So let's do some loose concept art for our characters, shall we? So, protagonist is going to be fairly generic. I don't want a pen, I don't want the marker, I want the sketch. So, let's look up generic protag anime. I'll sleep now. Catch you later, Devil. I wish to have a conversation with you, Devil. Just two Polish dudes failing at English with slight Polish. That'd be funny. Okay, what kind of energy do we want? I don't want quite exactly Kirito kind of thing, but again, it's gonna be fairly generic protag energy, right? Am I that? What was his name? You trying to remember? Trying to remember a generic protag name? I mean, if you're talking about this one, isn't this, I actually don't know which one this is, because I was about to say, is this not, ancient, no, not ancient, is it like, it's the fucking, like, the sage's grandson. Isn't that what this one was? Ching, I have the legs, yeah, so please read my text. Hello. Wow, what a name, I love that. But yeah, I think that sort of styling, I think, is what we want. It'd probably be just very office worker-esque. They all look the same. That's fair. No, I know this one. It's got Cheat Magician. And it's a rom-com character. Ah. I'm Shang. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. I feel like I need, because when you're doing... Ooh. When you're doing poses like this, you normally have, like, a pose frame, right? I don't have a good reference for doing, like, a generic pose. Pose. What's a... Those don't help me. I just want, like, not quite that standing, but, like... There's normally generic stances that you have for when you're doing reference stuff. Right? This is why I want to get one of those, yeah, like one of those posable models at some point. What does dyslexia mean? The either struggle or inability to read and or construct words in your head in the natural, like the written order, which is pretty normal. It's because people make fun of me online, so I write this to warn people. That's fair. I'll Psycho 100 as a regular thing. But yeah, like, typical salaryman, right? Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what we want, like that. Probably not with the beard here, and probably not quite as trimmed, like, as a sharp jawline, though. Probably want him rounded a lot more. Yeah, I think Slime Date would be a solid one. Dream. Yeah. I like this design a lot. Oh. That sits kind of where we want, right? DMD the guy. Right, let me have a look. Yeah, that's the one I've just found. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that. I'll probably round out the face a little bit, so I'm probably not going to bother too much more with the design of them. I might use that as a pose, though. Because I am not confident doing a generic pose like that. I've been doing too fucking many action poses nowadays. So we do that, we do a thing over the top, and then I'm just going to quickly sketch out locations of this here, this here, this here, this here, this here, shoulder here, elbow here, hand here, hand here. Line, 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 line. There we go. Now we can move it to the side. Oops, that's the wrong one. I need to select the proper layer so I can move this to the side correctly. There we go. I like your grey hair. Hey, how dare. How do you know about my grey hair? So yeah, that's kind of that pose that we want. It's probably wider chest as well, because I've been doing too many females, so I've been doing too many hourglass figures. Okay, there we go. You'd have grayer hair. You're not wrong. And that I don't like. No, you're right with that. Since I'm not also doing, like, skin tight, I need to be careful, because, we need to do, like, businessy jeans, right? So I actually don't line up with the knees correctly, is the idea. I like the coat, I really do. So I kind of want to do something along those sorts of lines. In fact, I'm going to take the navigator out and enlarge the navigator so I can look at that as a reference point. So it's like down beyond the knee is where that comes on. The car comes up, goes here. There's a little bit of thing there. Obviously bend out here because there's so much crunch because it's moved in. And then from there, come down here. Take up the space. There we go. Just trying to be nice. No, it's fine. I just been an old man. That's all I'm being right now. There we go. And you made them sad? I'm sorry if I did. I think we stick to just without the things. We do necktie. Might as well suit like this. Blends off to the side there. Blends off to the side there. Something like that. And then that gets us very generic there. There we go. So that's loosely what we're working with. Very quick sketching, just because we don't really need to go into the detail yet. We just want to know what we're working with. Okay. So, then let's do another character. What do we think for the daughter and the mother? Because they're gonna have to have some similarities, right? Which do we want to try and design first? Which one do we have like a more core idea of? I guess it's technically the mother should probably be designed first because they're going to be a much more integral and consistent character in the story. I mean, if he's going to have coat, then we have to do warm wear as well. So I'm thinking kind of like the, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about with the, like the turtleneck-esque kind of jumper. Like that. That very comfy-esque design. I think that would be a really solid bet for how to approach her, because we want her to feel very generic kind of motherly feels, right? Urahara from Bleach? Wait, what? No. Sorry if I was mean. No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I thought do you mean Urahara? Do you mean Yoriichi? For the mother? Sorry, what? You sure? It's fine. I am being facetious. Worry not. I have very thick skin. And you weren't being me. Anyway. What am I... You're fine. Let's literally put mom anime in and see what we get. Oh, hey, look, it's... There are some options here that I do not want to use as references. That wouldn't actually be a bad shout. Thick skin. What's that mean? It is a turn of phrase that's used where it's kind of indicating, like, it takes a lot more to get through, if that makes sense. It's if someone was to be mean to someone else and they have thicker skin, it kind of indicates that it is less likely to get through and actually mean something to them. Yeah, not saying that is the case in this situation, because you didn't say anything that's actually mean. It's just more of that kind of thing. But it's a very generic turn of phrase that's used in English. I'm not gonna lie. This sells me a little bit. I don't know who this character is, though. Shirahane Hiromi? Don't know where she's from. Never heard of it. It's very common, especially when it comes to the internet discussions. Though I might be wrong in that, in the sense that it might have become less common, I guess. So you're drawing a hat? No, it wasn't a hat, it was a collar. Like, I was kind of indicating the turtleneck idea. Kind of like the jumper turtleneck. To really accentuate the warm, comfortable kind of impression of the mother. That outfit. Ironically enough, yeah, here. I hate that I'm about to use fucking this kind of jersey. That sort of idea. Right? Like that kind of jumper we could do for the mother. Because, like, that would feel nice for what we're wanting with her, which is very much that, like, that more comfy feeling. What hair color is it? If you're meaning the model hair color, it is a dark blue. And then there's the light blue accents that are occurring with it. If you're meaning my real hair, then, brown with grey streaks in it. It's not that much grey in my actual hair, it's mostly in my beard at this point. Okoto Supernatural Battles come commonplace. That... I remember that series. How was that one? Oh, that girl! Yeah! I remember her. Wakana! The very famous scene where she's just losing her shit. Yeah, this one. I don't understand a single word you say, Jin-kun. Wakana! I actually feel really bad for that girl. She had a rough time. Never seen light blue. Really? Yeah, no, there's a lot of light blue over the model. There's light blue in the hair, there's light blue in the headphones, and there's light blue on kind of like the arms and the strap. It's like, I remember, yeah, it's cool. Hell yeah. I don't understand a single word you're saying. Ah! Okay, so what if we took this kind of outfit with that kind of, the blue-haired one that I showed earlier? Or do we want her to be more rounded? To, again, give to more of that, comfortable expression. You can't understand me? What do you mean? Rinko Urumi Gundam? Ooh, that actually feels really nice. That fits in what we kind of want, right? That feels very, very nice. Yeah, I think that's actually a good one. Like, just genuinely, this straight up is kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. Looked up blue haired. The irony is, I'm like, it's not even that I'm saying specifically the blue hair. It's just the design they had fits so well. Like that kind of look. So it would be... You know how to explain. I mean, if it's not coming across well, because keep in mind, there's always the difficulty with reading things sometimes doesn't extrapolate all of the ideas that someone's trying to give across, right? Ooh, that's a good reference image. Thank you, Claire. Honestly, that pretty much just nails it. I take away the apron. That's it. Because I probably just don't do the apron. So we've got slightly less intense chin version of that. Non-apron version of this. And then what do we want for the daughter then? If that's the case. We're looking for like 20-ish, like late 20s, so probably looks non-teenager, basically young. Tiger from Toradora? I think that looks a little too young though. No, JK. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, that's a little... Ooh, that doesn't look so young. I mean, I could probably find some very generic referencing stuff to make, to find the answer for it, right? No, I don't know how to. I mean, look, again, the other thing I'll say with explaining yourself, you don't have to if you don't feel like you need to. But always, like... One thing I'll stress is if you kind of go, hey, be patient with me, this is me trying to explain something, more often than not, you'll get the other person to be actually quite willing to listen. Look at Girl from Sume Revenge. Oh, her? Yeah, I think it'd fit, actually. That style, just like slightly narrow her features a little bit so it's less kid-like. Shrink her head just a bit. I think that would be a bad shout. Because she's drawn to be fairly mature looking, after all. Nobody ever patient with you? I mean, I'm being patient. So now that you've given me an absolute, that is incorrect. Yeah, it would be widen her legs a little bit, narrow down her frame a little bit, and shrunk her head just a slight bit. And that instantly changes her body shape. To being a little bit more what we want. But I like the way her hair goes. That actually really adds to the vibe we want with the character. Sorry, no, you don't have to apologize. Again, like I said, it's... Is Hakame the... Oh, that would be a great one. No, again, I'm making the effort to say, hey, look, I understand it's really hard to get your idea and opinion across when potentially you're not a native English speaker and you're trying to type it out, which is incredibly difficult. I fully respect that. Now, admittedly, like, unjokingly, there is a lot of people that aren't sometimes willing to be patient and all that. That's why I say, try and find people that are, or try and say, hey, be patient with me just a little bit, if that's okay. And it's like, if they're not, then you learn really quickly that it's not worth the time. And then sometimes you'll get people that might not have been willing to be patient with you, become more patient with you, because they're like, hey, look, they're trying their best. And that's what actually matters. What are you from Horimiya? Where do I remember this one? Is this the... Yes, this one. Yeah, that's probably the body shape that we want. Something along those lines. Most people yell at you? Nah, that sucks. That's sad to hear, genuinely. Yamura? No, I think this nails it for the most part. Because it also, like, we can do nice, charming expressions with her. So, it's, again, you're gravitating towards being on her side for a little bit. That's kind of what we want, right? We're going to give you a protagonist. We're going to give you, the antagonistic force, but you kind of don't want to not root for them, right? At least you're nice, which I like. Hey, I make an effort, is all I can say towards it. I can't say I'm always perfectly on that side, but I do. Again, I spent many years doing a degree to be a teacher, so I understand how different people are, and different people need different times, right? To accomplish tasks, and that's perfectly fine. If you put in the effort, that effort should get rewarded. But, yeah. Izumi Miyamura is what you're saying? I mean, we could do something along the lines of Miyamura for the main character. Makes them a bit more narrow, so it adds to the fact that they're not that confident with themselves. Adds a level of reason why insecurity, right? Like, you have a character that looks like this at the beginning, and they progressively then move on to something that looks like this. Would probably work out quite well. Because again, you want the character, you want a mild bit of growth through that story, with him progressively getting more confident, being, like, caring a little bit more about himself, and that's kind of the goal, right, long term? That's what you're aiming for with a lot of this. I have a great question for you. Shoot. If you teach special needs kids, so I've never done official teaching. But I'm fully trained up in a lot of ways to basically go and be a teacher. Though I have worked with kids at a variety of levels, including special needs. So yes. In a sense, I've not been a teacher for special needs, but I have assisted special needs students and individuals. Like me. I mean, hey, like, good on you for making the effort, and everyone does stuff differently, right? Hey, don't be mean. Again, having anything like special needs and all that just means that there is some accommodations that need to be met for an individual, and that's about it. There's nothing actually truly different about you. It's just part of your unique charm. These are just random incoherent thoughts, but Bunny Girl Senpai, Violet Evergarden, and Spike's Family, your Code Geass Resurrection. Yeah. That was mean. It was. Yeah, I mean, like, I think we've locked in with the ideas where we kind of basically take... We take the Rimuru's before reincarnation and Miyamura, merge those two together a little bit. We make Orome from Horimiya kind of the ex-girlfriend, and then we kind of take Antoko. Is it Antoko? Kind of go with that. Oh no, sorry, yeah, Rinko. Rinko Iori. So Rinko Iori, Hori, and Miyamura. Mixed with Rimuru. I'll do that. Because I like Rimuru's outfit for what we kind of want to do. But like the difference between glasses, longer, kind of shaggy hair, Miyamura to not shaggy hair, non-glasses version would probably be quite nice. So like even a thing of like him wearing contacts potentially as a form of progression of like him not wanting to hide his face so much. That might work quite nicely. No, offended is not good. Okay, so... How do I want the rest of this kind of to dialogue out? So, I don't think there's much more that I do with the characters design-wise here. Nor do I think there's much I do over here, because I've just got... It's basically just grabbed a bunch of references and I'll make up some character designs later. Once we sketch it out properly. So, instead... Let's take this and kind of think, how do we want to lay this out? So, okay, initial thing, it's... So, walking down... Down the street with group of thug-ish looking characters walking in parallel. Then quick sketch here. Bump. We can even have... Okay. Have the character actually fall down. And have the scarier. Which we're going, sort of thing. And then what? Next frame, very clearly just be... them standing there, and the apology. Very sunny. I like that. And then... Then what? This is when we get him still bending over. And guys walk away. Then... and there's there. that there. There. Then, like, adjust tie. And sweating a little bit. And her in the background with a dimmed out top of face, because it's her kind of contemplating. There we go. And then her yelling from side screen. And him... How do you draw it? It's kind of like him kind of doubled over like that. Like, kind of, again, very panic moment. And then probably a long shot of her continuing to yell and him standing a little bit facing this, kind of like this direction. But he'd has turned this way. Something along those sort of lines. And that'd probably be the first set of panels. How long would that take? We can hold that last panel for quite a while, and I can kind of sort of reuse a couple of the things that we've got so far for a bit of this. Because that's the other point as well, is I'd probably be making a character, I would probably draw them up, and I would be reusing a bunch of assets with it all. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking with it, right? Oh, made the Windows sound, that's on me. Alright. So if we look at this, and we look at it versus kind of the, not script, but script, the loose story pointing actions, we probably need, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9 or 10 frames worth of content for that first bit, right? Because then it'll probably be like another, them having the shouting match, maybe another zoom in shot, And then basically a shot with him on his own, or her leaving, and then him on his own. And that's basically all we need for the initial stuff up until he gets home and the house is empty. And that one's basically, I just need to draw a house or get stock imagery of house and draw like 1 or 2 frames for that, really. And then we get to skip quite a bit, and then we get to do what it realistically would need like 4 frames for the supermarket sequence. So what I'm hearing is that if we keep going halfway point, we're probably talking about like 20 to 30 frames. That's a lot of drawing. I'm not looking forward to that. Once I have references done of them, it will be like, I'll try and find a way to minimize the amount of details on each of the characters so it makes it faster and easier for replication. That's an important factor. Right? Yeah, I think that will basically determine it, how easy it is that I can design something that's replicatable, is whether or not how, like, what I'll do with the rest of it. Oh yeah, weird fucking thing. Did I see correctly G Fuel fucking is closing? You can technically follow the scheme of comics you watch. They're not super detailed themselves, I don't think. No, they're not. They're very, very low detail. In fact, one of the reasons why I was so confident in doing this is I started seeing some of the errors they would do, and I'm like, I know how you're speeding around that. It is? I didn't hear about it. Yeah, no, I remember... Let me see if I can find the tweet. Yeah, here. This. I saw this, like, when was it? Like, yesterday? Or did something? Yeah, I saw this yesterday. Like, this is a tweet on their account. That sounds like a closure to me, right? I mean, I've never fucking had G Fuel personally, so I can't speak to anything on that. It's just, that's a big thing to see disappear all of a sudden. They're like one of the more prolific sponsor things out there as well. That's what's like confused me. Because there's a lot of people that are affiliates with them, right? They're graduating, that is the joke. Odd scene in European despair. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is it's just like, I saw this, and I wanted to look it up further, to look into it, but, like, I'm assuming this is just straight up them, like, actually shutting down. Oh, apparently they're rebranding? I'm not sure. I don't see this on the actual tweet. Shall we look it up? Yeah, I see G Fuel shutting down and G Fuel branding. Okay, Gamerant. Let's have a little look. Look through some of these new outlets. Has announced the end of an era of the company, making it sound like they're shutting down. The news has sent a shockwave. Not for focus, however, the big cash is the end of the era announcement the fans shouldn't ignore. It's not shutting down. Okay, so it is rebranding, is what I'm understanding then. Get a goodbye post. Fans worried their favorite. Many expressed disappointment. However, the catch is that his teased major changes back in June, signaling that the brand would enter a completely new era soon. In other words, the recent social media post seems to be an attempt to create a viral marketing campaign. Okay. Let's see. So, yeah, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like it's a rebrand, not a closure. Yeah. Okay, well, that makes it a bit scummy, admittedly. Because that's very much a bait then, or a bait attempt. Because that's them just trying to, like, get people to go, oh, it's closing, gotta pay more attention, might get more sales in a short end as well. I got mixed feelings on that one. But yeah, no, one of the fun things, by the way, if you want to know about with some of the art that I've seen done, is if I actually use, say, a G pen, right? If we go and drew, like, let's say, a circle. So not a very good circle. But then I go and use the fill tool, and we put in red. If I do this, you can see that it actually immediately fills it. Now, that's because it's actually... I could do this on any other layer, but there's something that's very noticeable with this, is that if you actually come to here, at this level of things, you'll see that the it has a lot of, like, really defined pixelation, whereas if I go through this, you see it blends out a lot more. This was actually very evident in... one of the art things I did recently, the first Narissa art that I did, because I was speeding up and I didn't want to do some of these things with it. Typically what you might do is just, like, blend it out, or I'm trying to find better settings is the short answer, because It's worse when you, for example, use the normal one I use to draw, which is this one. Because if I use this one to draw, like that, and then we go back here and do that, you can see, look how fucking awful that looks on the edges. And that's the issue that I have with a lot of it. So I need to get better at going over my pieces with a better pen later to give it a little bit more of a finer kind of look. That's the thing you notice with the comics, these dubbed comics, is that it's basically they're going through, they're doing the pen, and then they're hitting it with that, and they're speeding through it. The shadow that they do is the basic shadow. It's hard edge shadow. It's not blended shadow like what I did with the most recent Narissa drawing I did. That I cannot show on stream, but is in the thumbnail, right? Is that's blended, designed. That actually has a blending color to it, where what I do is, as an example, if I was to pick out... I'm not going to get a good color immediately, am I? If I go here, ironically, let's just grab 2 skin tone colors. So we'll grab this one and this one, right? We go back to this illustration. If I then go switch over to the marker, I'm gonna do this, switch back to, let's just tag this, and then I swap pen color. How you might do shading sometimes is you'll do this, right? And this is hard edge. Don't you put your color layer under your line art layer? Yes. But the fill tool grabs from all layers. That's the cool thing about it. Technically what I'm also doing, there's an argument to be made, I could use other layering tools as well to help out with it. And if anyone knows how to get around one issue I have that I'm about to explain as well, then you'll see, then I would appreciate it. But if I press J, I get a new tool called the blur tool. And what I can do is I can do this. And immediately, that looks way nicer. I can give it harder edges at certain points and softer edges at others to like really accentuate a point. The problem is, if we go really close in here, this is the issue that this tool has that I don't understand how to get around it. If I do this, do you notice where it's pulling color from? What if I blend here? Maybe this will give a better idea. It's very actually, it'll be easy to show here. If I blend on the edge of this color, do you see what's happening? It's blending from, yeah, it's blending from outside the selection. I don't know how to restrict that. It blends from all the colors that it can pull in that that pressing. So it pulls from other layers, it pulls from all sorts of stuff. That is a problem I have. I have not figured out how to resolve this, and is part of the reason why I'm still experimenting with a lot of things. Is the background not transparent or does it not matter? The background is technically considered transparent. I mean, if I do this, it's just gonna blend with transparency, see? Which in a sense is technically it blending with the white. Because it's blending from the thing. But I'm pretty sure it also pulls from other layers. Point is, I fucking can't figure that one out. So if anyone has an idea of how to do that, I would appreciate it. Also, I want to play with the liquefy one at some point, because have you seen this? Look at this fucking shit. Whoa! It's weird. I'm learning about blending right now, so that's fair. The liquefy tool's so weird. I love it. But I hope this kind of is like an understanding of like, this is something that I would like to get better at. You're gonna learn a lot with this sort of stuff, right? But yes, no, I did start drawing. This is something that I can show this. This isn't bad. Say hello to, hello to the thing. Now, again, I originally wanted to just do Mokoko, but, like, I couldn't find a pose I was happy with for a while. And then I found one pose that I was like, oh god, that just looks so good. And it's two of them, and now I'm doing that. It's good to try and fix lines after you trace them. Oh, okay. But no, I need to finish drafting this one up. I hope you guys like it though. Because it's like, I'm enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie, if I come back to do this again, there is a very good chance I want to yoink the pose that you did or something similar. Because that was the other issue, is I came up, I did find a pose I kind of wanted to do, but it's too similar to Sweeb's. And I'm like, that doesn't seem right. It was the more like arch-backed one, where, it's kind of like the character sitting there and arching back a bit more. Not quite this pose, but like that. I think there was one that I saw that is like hand in front here. It'd be kind of like that. I know it's behind the chat at the moment, let me. Like this. Like that was a pose I saw that I was like, ooh, that would be really nice, but it was a little too similar to what Sweep had, and I was like, ah, that doesn't seem right to do right now. So I will come back to that one later. Instead we get this. I have no idea what it, that is, not gonna lie. That pose? I'm trying to think of a good version of that pose I can show on stream. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can find that pose. No, that's not what I want. Alright. Images. Blur off so I can find a copy of the pose I'm looking for. Or something similar. That one's really funny that turns up. Not that, though. I fucking saw one that was exactly it earlier today. But it's like it's straddling sort of thing, right? I guess, yeah, High School DxD has it. No, that's not High School DxD. That's, Shemai Mao. Yeah, there you go. Okay, open image in new tab. This kind of pose. Not quite that, but kind of along that sort of, like, shaping and design. But no, I'm not gonna make it IRL. But there you go. So that's kind of the pose that I was thinking of doing, but I was like I said, it's just little too similar to what Sweep had that I'm like, I'll not do that. Yeah, after seeing it, it's probably the best you don't make IRL. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you really want me to get banned? Because that's how I get banned. That's how I get very banned. Oh, you did get banned? Wasn't that obvious? That's fair. To those that are preying on my downfall, stop. You've already won. Open your Chatterbait account. Fuck you, I don't have an account. think I make accounts on those kind of websites? Come on, man. I mean, what's Chatterbait? I have no idea what that is. Is that a kind of food? The ones I DM'd you just now? Oh god, what am I getting DM'd? Am I gonna dread? Ooh. Kafka. Oh, Kafka, sorry. Very beautiful. Yeah, when am I gonna do one of those? One of those kind of accounts. Where it's like, this many likes to fucking undress them. Really want to get engagement bait going. Malice neurons active. You have no idea how much they activated just then. I'll be real with you, Chi. Can I just eat those in Despicable? Fuck yeah, why not? Okay. I need... Okay, question to, like, again, anyone that might know. Is there a way to... Can I use this? For example. Is there a way to, like, have a section of the program drawn for me so I can use it as a reference point for stuff? Because, like, what I've been doing is I'm just pulling the navigator out and enlarging it so I can see the full thing. But, like, for example, on the document, I have a bunch of reference imagery. So, like, we've got more Mokoko and Fuwawa here. We've got the outfit that I'm doing for Fuwawa there. Like, this is stuff that I need to actually figure my shit out with, because, like, good lord, it would speed so many things up for me. You know? Wants a static reference image on the side. Yeah. I want static references more readily available than what I currently have. Because, like, do you see in the top right corner how there is the navigator and you can see the images there? I would like to be able to see some of those images a little bit more actively while I'm going. Now, obviously, this is program by program. I'm using Clip Studio Paint, which is a free program that uses a lot of fucking awesome stuff in it. I'm actually using like a line art brush as well. Should be called reference tool. Because like I saw there's item bank, there's information, there's sub view. And then I've got images on other layers. Set as reference layer? Is that what I need to do? So if I go here and set as reference layer, what does this do? Doesn't seem like that's changed anything. They're extremely less resource intensive than usual layers, so that they help a lot. Oh, okay. Why is the screen always cropped on the sides, like instead of 100% of the screen? It's a little bit zoomed in. There's a couple of reasons for that. The idea is because I am pulling the entire screen, not the window. So it hides my taskbar, and it also hides a couple of other extra details that can turn up. So if I have a pop-up from something, it will be hidden by me from, like, Steam as a short example, or Discord, as they're hidden by where the model is. It also just hides a little bit of detailing of, like, some of the tabs, for example, the names. Can make them a little less obvious, so potentially if there is a tab that I don't actually want being seen for some reason, yeah. It gets hidden that way. And it's not that you lose out on anything substantial via it, either. Like, at this point in time, what are you actually losing out on? You don't see, I guess, the left side bar, which I don't even use. I use hotkeys. And you miss out on a little bit of the right side, I guess. It's very minimal. But yeah, that's about it. Losing out on the E to edit? Oh yeah, I guess. Because it's like, for example, the hair is that I'm having to kind of just remember what the hair looks like, and that's one that I don't think I'm doing right. I'd like to do it a little bit better. I'd also like to do these pants better. Okay. I've been on the wrong layer for a while, apparently. How long? It's not like too aggressively long. Yeah, I can test it by doing this. Not long. Cool. Nothing more. Remember to do it to the right fucking level. Or the right layer. There you go. Better the face coming through now. Yeah, no, drawing to the wrong layer is one of the more tilting things, because you're like, ah, cool. Unless it's, like, specifically in an area and that's correct, then you can just copy and paste it, or, like, rip it out and merge the layers around. But if it's, like, in the wrong place completely, you're like, I wanna die. That's unpleasant. The old classic, exactly. Belly. Alright, let's see. Reminded me of a piece of clothing that I saw a month ago and never saw again. The Virgin Killer Sweater. Oh yeah. Virgin Killer Sweater's great. That's kind of what Fuwa was wearing. Like, if we go through it, it is supposed to be kind of like... I sketch out a little bit of this. Because a lot of this is, like, referential, where things are. Like, where's the actual hips at? And, like, where's the groin, and where's the middle point? You see? Kinda? Wait, what? There's like normally the cameras here. Water and snack if you have those. That's fair. That's a good idea. People should do that. Okay, there we go. Do that. Alright, there we go. I like how this looks like Fual going pathetic, snaps picture, Mokoko being like a mind loser. Yeah. forget. I forgot this on in Coco earlier, and I'm not gonna forget this on 4 Hour, is they do actually have collars. Okay. Would you ever go possessive like that? I wouldn't say I wouldn't. It depends on the context. I've been possessive before. Or somewhat possessive, I guess. I want to go full blonde, though. Oops. Went to the wrong image. Magic the Gathering booster pack, fuck you. Yeah, I've seen you been true, actually, true. That is a great example of me being possessive. It's Mokoko's ears are the short ones, right? And 4 Hours is the longer ones? Let's see. Yeah. Again, this is why I'd love to have a referencing sort of, thing. Realistically, are we going to see this hand? Because I did this hand before I positioned the tail. I guess you're going to see, like, the fingers here. So we can still do that. I could move it up to be a little bit more around the tail, if I need to. If I feel that it's necessary to kind of get that imagery through. I was gonna say, the tail looks nice. This one. Is that really what you're looking at? The tail? Not like something else that's very notably in the imagery? Team Tail, hell yeah. To be fair, she, if I recall correctly, if we look at the designs again, she's the one with the more fluffy, slightly more breaks on it, whereas 4 Hours is a little bit simpler. Oh, it's still got a lot of breaks on it, but yeah. If I recall correctly, Mokoko's tail's a lot bigger. Look at it, bottom right instead. Gonna need a 3000 watt fan for that one. Yeah. Hell yeah. Do they have... They do have... Thank God. Fucking everyone has these goddamn vents up the top here nowadays. Do need to do their, like, crowns as well at some point. Does your VTuber model have things below where you can see, like, actual legs? Yeah, it's a full-blown model. I mean, fuck, if I switch to this real quickly, and then I think where is it, positions? Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the very, closer. Give me a sec. Is the screen locked? No, it's not. Cool. There you go. The only reason I stick to the bottom area is because if I take this away, his default is he's holding a fucking lollipop. Like, literally the only hand gestures I have are the game console, the coffee, holding a cat, with the coffee potentially, if you want to have multiple arms. And then waving. It's a put. Yeah, exactly. The legs don't match at all. The jeans are really blocky. Yeah. Again, it's kind of the element of, like, I just focus on the top half the vast majority of the time because there's not really anything else I need. We don't really gain anything from anything else. So I just leave it as is. I actually quite just like the top design. I'm somewhat agree that, like, the blockiness of the pants is a little off-putting. Little off-putting. Big cringe for the lollipop. I'm not gonna lie, I wish I just had, like, hands default position that's not this. It would be really nice. An A pose. I mean, an A pose would probably do the best. Just, like, again, having the arm down like what it is on the other side, on the, with the right arm instead would be fucking perfect. Just permanently tilted 30 to 45 degrees to not show the arms. That would be kind of fucking amazing. I mean, again, if I was better at drawing generic poses, or just better at drawing in general, I wouldn't be against trying to make my own model, right? You got games on your phone? I'm not confident enough in both my ability to do rigging and art to get around to that. And I openly admit to that. Right. Not to say long term it's impossible, it's just at least for now. Like, I've sat down a couple of times and considered drawing up, like, outfits for some VTubers, just in my spare time, as another outlet to just do creative shit with. Because I know that, like, some VTubers use that as inspiration for doing them as well. This is a creative stream. I would prefer to leave it for now. I'd prefer to have, like, at least a bit more of a semblance of an idea sketched up before I would do something definitely. As well as we are starting to hit close to the amount of time that I have for today, because I do have somewhere I need to be. And if I potentially have to walk there, and that's potentially a nearly 2-hour walk. It depends if I double check my bike and see if the bike's in a good enough condition to bike there. At a point, I want to try live 2D, not for models rigging, but simple animations. See, that makes a lot of sense as well, yeah. No, I'm probably going to try and bike. I'm gonna give it a college try to see if my bike's in good enough nick to go that distance. That'll be the aim. Because, yeah, I think walking for nearly 2 hours one way is a little bit much. And then having to do, like, do the thing, then come back. You can bike? I mean, I can. That's how I got most places for a lot of my life. Remember, I don't have a license. Push pedal bike, it gets me far. Funnily enough, with all of the shit that goes on with my health, I'm actually quite surprisingly physically fit. Like, that is unjokingly, yeah. God. Alright. Where was I? Physically fit for an episode. I mean, like, I do exercises somewhat daily. Right. I do walks as well, regular walks. Yeah, no, I'll, if I have the time, once I come back home, I'll give this a little bit more of a college try, and then I'll also get the schemes done for the characters, and we can potentially next week do some more work towards that. We can also potentially do some actual scripting up, or whatever. Like, I think we're gonna keep this kind of stream around for a little while. This, the creative memery bullshittery, where it's like there's not actually a defined topic, and it's kind of doing whatever pops into my mind at the time that I feel like doing. Because I feel like I've just been... There's too much. There's too much I'm doing at a given time. And it gives me an opportunity to work on some projects, and also at a highly casual pace. Because, realistically, if I sat down, I would probably be done with this Fumoco art in the space of this stream. Fully all the way to coloring. But I'm being really slow and detail-y with it, and it's nice to kind of take it at this pace. Means that I can feel very relaxed about it, and there's no concern. But when I'm on my own, like, I have some noise in the background, I'm just only doing shit. But no, I think that this is a cool way of doing the streams as well. It's very much like the dev streams, but even more, again, tangent-y sort of energy, where it's just dumb shit. And there's no... Like, fuck, I could technically do game dev on these streams as well. I could arguably replace the game dev streams with these, if I so choose to. The only reason I probably won't do that is because I want to consistently keep ticking along with the game dev, right? So, would just kind of do whatever comes to mind on the stream. And we'll keep playing around with that. You know what I should be doing with this mouth, actually? Well, what'd that mouth do, though? I think it's a good format, yeah. I think it came out quite well. That's more... that, right? Something like that. But damn mouth them. Something along those sorts of lines, where it's a bit more of that playful, animalistic smirk. I'll probably develop it a little bit further. It could probably be a fair bit larger to add to the thing. Because that's kind of what, if you look here, you kind of get that kind of imagery from her mouth there. So it'll invoke a little bit more of a playful kind of expression, which at the moment, that's kind of what this is feeling like. It's very much just like... I don't know. I think this is... If I was to describe this scene the best, it feels like Fuawa was going to take a photo, and then Mokoko jumped on as well. Right? Like, that's very much what this feels like to me. And that's why adding, like, the little bit of hand here is actually quite cute, because it, like, adds to that sort of detailing of the characters. Lol, pathetic, my Fuawa. Yeah, it's pretty good. Because then it's just, yeah, the jumps on the character. Jumps on the character, but it's also her going like, oh, I'll hold you on so we can take the photo then together. Even though it's like a very sudden jump, probably. I think that would be nice. I need to play around with the ears as well. There's actually a chart thingy I found, and I need to look at it. About doing animal ears and poses. I think it's on my other account that I found it. Give me a sec. I want to see if I can find the image. I've also started moving my likes from my base account to the other account when it's art related specifically. So yeah, here it is. This. It's some posing with like ears and getting the positioning right, which I like that. But, you know, I've been moving my likes over to the other account, so it's easier for me to track where things are. So my account for the channel, per se, and the Malith persona, is a little bit easier to consistently follow along what's going on in that channel, and I can find in the likes easier, whereas with the other channel, or the other account, the other account will be a lot more my art-related stuff, and mostly not safe for work at this stage. Yeah, no, I'm running off 3 Twitters, technically. Because I have the Twitter for the game, the Twitter for me, and then the Twitter for art. And the other one's gonna be the secret Twitter. That it's not secret, but it's secret. Again, secret quotation marks. It's like how, what was it, Shy Lily has a secret account that she likes a lot of her not safe for work stuff on, like it's very not safe for work. Same with Kuro, right? Kuro has an IRL account where it's like him not speaking as the VTuber. And it's one of the most poorly found thing. Damn, you like Twitter? I fucking hate Twitter, but it's like, it's just a good platform for that stuff. Technically speaking, Blue Sky's better, but I just can't be asked maintaining multiple accounts across multiple platforms. That is genuinely it. Even though I should. Like, this is this argument that I'll make very openly. If you were to get into content creation in the modern day, doing like streaming and stuff like that, what you do, you stream on YouTube and Twitch, then you take edits of your things, make shorts, and then post them also to Snapchat and Instagram and shit like that. And that's actually how you grow your channel the most. Is you go on every single fucking platform and advertise. You do it enough and you'll gander enough interest as long as you have everything linked correctly, and things will eventually flow back to you. And sadly, Blue Sky's hardly active. Blue Sky's cool. I think the problem is that Blue Sky got a massive push when Twitter fucked up hugely, and the problem was not enough people stuck with it. I'm part of that category, arguably. I didn't really use Twitter much at the time either way. I just came back and I'm like, I'm just gonna use one of these, and I can't be asked using Blue Sky right now because I don't have the account details logged in, so I just used Twitter and then I haven't logged back into Blue Sky. I do have a Blue Sky for the channel. I just haven't used it outside of like one tweet, I think. Or one, whatever the fuck Blue Sky calls it, one message. Post, I guess. I use both from time to time, depends on what I'm looking up. Fair. I know Blue Sky's better for like creatives and like art, to my understanding. Because the algorithm supports that a little bit better. But at the end of the day, like, I ain't gonna get huge from any of that stuff. I'm not skilled enough nor do amazing enough art to really gander enough attention, and that's fine. So, it's fine for now. I don't... Again, it's that argument of, like, the more serious I take all of this, the more I would probably pay attention to that stuff, but, like, by the time I would take the channel seriously, I would be hiring stuff like editors, right? Like, super seriously. But that would require, again, that requires money, and I can't be asked doing the editing myself. So. Which is why I'm looking at doing a job on the side. Yay! Oh yeah, I haven't warned about this in a while, but like, real talk moment. If I end up, getting a job that would affect stream times, I'll communicate that with you guys, but I'm aiming not to have that be the case. One of the jobs that I'm applying for at the moment will affect the week a little bit. At most, it might change it, so I might have only 4 days of stream instead of 5. Because I'll probably want a day off. Like an actual day off. Fully to myself. But we'll see how that goes. Got to afford my magic, I mean, PC upgrade. Maybe manage. Yeah, we'll figure it all out as it goes. It will be an ongoing thing. And I'll try and balance it all nicely, because I don't want to give up streaming. Again, streaming's a hobby, and I really enjoy it. Anyway, I think I'm not gonna do much more work on this for now. I think we're kind of at a point where I need to do more intenser scripting and stuff like that. Not scripting. Intenser detailing, where I need to actually like sit down and analyze the hairs of each of the characters and design a hair a bit more like them. And then we'll start doing like a final flow over of everything. I might try and do the pen stuff next. See how that feels to do. Do G-pen or something equivalent to it to get a nice detailing going. But yeah. Down for a challenge? Depends on what challenge it is, because I'm going to be wrapping up soon. But yeah, no, I think I'll work on this. It fully depends on how much energy I have this afternoon after I've gone out. When I come back home, I'm probably going to take a rest. Then I'm going to possibly work on this. Because I want to get this done. And then I kind of want to work on another thing. So, if I do this piece, I might consider doing that other one that I talked about. That other pose. For doing Mokoko, specifically. The one that I said I didn't want to do because Sweeb did a similar pose. But if I do one before I do that, then it feels a little bit more acceptable. And especially seeing Sweeb mention earlier that, they'd be able to learn off it, I'm like, actually that makes it a bit more of a convincing argument to me. That, like, I would do it and it actually not be, like... Again, it's not copying what you did, it's doing a different pose but a similar energy. But then you'd be able to learn from it. So it makes it, like, a little bit more acceptable, I guess? Still, I mean, I'm pretty happy with how the Narissa one ended up, which I did do a little bit more work on it. If you actually look at the thumbnail, you'll notice the hair is touched up a little bit more. So I did do that. After doing the final thing. But yeah. The pose isn't yours in the first place. I mean, you know what I mean, though. Like, it may not be your pose that you've done yourself, but like it's the pose that you're doing. Can have my homework, just change it up a bit so the teacher doesn't notice exactly. Because it feels like doing kind of that playful kind of energy is great for someone with Mokoko. Is that the straddling sort of pose. But yeah, so hopefully there's a chance I get this done today. I'm not going to guarantee on that. Because it is pure and simply how much energy I have after shit. I'd like to get it done though. Because then I can start working on another thing. Probably do that and skip sleep once you're gone. Hell yeah, hope you enjoy it. I need to fucking catch up on that second season. I really do. But I'm watching something else at the moment. I'm watching an old series. Fuck, it's called. I can't remember. Armed Girls, Machiavellsome, or whatever. It's a fairly old series. I remember watching when I was getting into anime. It was pretty good. So, I'm enjoying that one quickly. I'll finish that probably this week and then start watching something else. Holocure Diaries should be on my list, though. I don't have those concerns, but I do know some artists that take the thing very seriously. Yeah, again, inspiration and reference are things that I know some artists really don't like, and I have very mixed feelings when it comes to that stuff. Someone being upset by that, I'm like, straight to Kampa to experience what you call peak. Oh god. Again, it is a guilty pleasure. I'm not saying it's good, I'm saying I super enjoyed it. And it's not good. I mean, if you want another fucking example of a series that I absolutely enjoy and cannot recommend to people, it's fucking Gushing Over Magical Girls. I fucking love that series. I recently got recommended some highlights from it on YouTube again, and I'm like, damn, I want to rewatch that shit. It's so good. The fact that it's getting a second season, I'll make sure some people upset in the future for sure because of that, yeah. I mean, again, I stand by if you make the effort to show what you're referencing, or in this case here, right, like, I'm using a reference of this outfit here. This is not an outfit specifically for this character nor this artist. This is a very common outfit that's around the place. I'm just using this specific image as the first one I could find as the reference point for it. And I'm not even following it that closely. Gushing is great. It is. It's amazing, but it's not something I can recommend. Bump this up to the top. Gushing Over Magical Girls is a perfect example of everything I love about Magical Girl series. And it is... okay, I explain it best like this. Gushing Over Magical Girls is me writing a Magical Girl series. Now, if you think about what that series has in it, that says way too much about me, but it tells you enough. I used to follow the manga in its early days. I really need to, like, again, it's one of those series that I don't know if I want to go read because I know there's a second season of it coming. Coming. So I kind of want to just watch the series. It's the same with, again, Holocure Diaries has that issue. So it's a hard one to choose. Because it's like, which one do you pick? Is it this or that? Yeah, it's a pain. Yeah, no, I'd love to rewatch it, but I will probably save rewatching it until the next season if it comes out. But Gushing Over Magical Girls is amazing. But it's not recommendable. For the same reasons Kampa is, like, it's really fucking enjoyable, but it's like, it's not recommendable. At some point, I'll know a lot more about you than I know about me, and if it keeps going like this, probably, honestly. I'm a very open book for better or worse, and these sorts of things are exactly why. Alright, I'm gonna actually finish up here properly now. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream and the kind of fun that we had with this idea. I want to do it some more. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.